plagues that ravaged northern Israel at the time, and they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list one, and there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara, so you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title, Tomer Devorah, the palm tree of Devorah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Devorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work, which was published earlier, called Elima Rabati, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we can go into it very deep. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Cordoba in southern Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spelling here, and we'll see it also on his matzeva, his gravestone, it's Cordoero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it was sort of mangled into Cordovero, and that has become the standard, even though it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalah HaKodesh. The holy Rabbi Horowitz wrote a massive, very popular collection of hashkafic and halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Devorah, is so amazing, I am now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalah HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Devorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Kovas Levavos and Sil Shisharim and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos. But they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the readers. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like Shevet Musar, the rod of Musar, like to beat you with the shape. Others is kind of like Gadlus Ha'adam, the greatness of humanity and things like that. So this is a particular genre started by the Ramak, Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world, and what is the soul, and what is the afterlife? It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what he really started here. The fundamental premise of Tomer Devorah is it's an exploration of the concept V'halachta b'drachav, and you shall walk in his ways, meaning you shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. So the Ramak asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's ways, so how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making decisions over who lives and who dies and things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does. In Tanakh, how do we know which actions to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, the Havdil of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship? Then we can say, all right, now we know what we have to imitate. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you know how to imitate God. And it is overwhelming, as I will show you. So, when was this book written? There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Tzfat. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You can see here, this section here in this green, which includes, of course, Israel. And Tzfat is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel, towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor offered or the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also specifically in the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is just a little bit nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to Tzfat because it had this generous tax policy to be involved in import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Gelus Tzfat, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extremely draconian policies of forced conversion. It is, we don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Ramah was the child, he was born in 1522, of refugees from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese, and this meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly himself born in Portugal or born in Tzfat. He was definitely raised in Tzfat. We know he was there from when he was about 16 years old. But they were sort of like, I like to think of that generation as sort of like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. Now, there are difficulties in comparing these two events, but they were both considered like earth-shattering events for the Jews of their time. And so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe second-generation survivor from Gerus Sfard, and they landed in Tzfat, where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed for the expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos and synagogues and so on. And the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, was one of them. Tzfat itself was kind of like a nothing town until then, and in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period, and it doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term Tzfat probably comes from the word sofer, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated. It's high, and you get these gorgeous landscapes all around it. But it really has no significant Jewish history until the 1520s, and then it becomes an incredible place of Jewish energy and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years. And then there's a series of plagues that just wash through it, killing, among others, the Ramak, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been in a retrospective mood, looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible genius. You have to imagine the number of scholars that came there. And specifically, lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the Great Expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in this tiny town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during this time. The Ramak himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a 2-volume work, this is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle 1, the general principle 2, and so on. And all of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support intellectually and spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is like, I can't even imagine I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together in one idea? But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map of, or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in Tzfat, and they're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prosthetic against, prophylactic against the Yetzer Hara. No, the Ayin Hara. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. It's such a big crowd here tonight. So pleased that you came. Thank you all for coming. Just to give you a sense of who is in Tzfat at this time and what are they doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard of Tzfat. And we see here right at the bottom the Ramak, right? Rabbi Moshe ben Yaakov Cordoero. And he is really the father of Kabbalah in Tzfat. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the exception of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who came a little later. Rabbi Yosef Karo had made his way through Constantinople, but he ended up in Tzfat as well. Of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch and a master Kabbalist himself. So here is the Ramak, and just to show you in very close proximity, here is Rabbi Shlomo Halevi Alkabetz, the author of Lecha Dodi Likras Kala, that we sing every Friday night. It's a virtually universal minhag among the Jews. This was his brother-in-law, slightly older than he, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called gerushin, or literally divorces or exiles, and they would go off and wander throughout the hillside in the region of Tzfat, and they would just like, and the Ramak wrote about this. He wrote a book called Sefer Gerushin, in which he, described his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also his Rebbe, and they would like walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and they would daven or say Tehillim, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did in Tzfat. And the holiness of the people and their Kabbalistic activities, like this Gerushin type activity, created a kind of spiritual tourism where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to Tzfat like iron filings to a magnet. And one of the greatest of them, of course, was the Ari HaKodesh, the great Isaac Luria, Isaac Ashkenazi, who came from Cairo, the region of Cairo, specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was the Arizal's Rebbe. They learned together for about 9 months before the Ramak died. The Arizal died shortly thereafter. But the Arizal, according to his student, Rabbi Chaim Vital, always considered that brief encounter with the Ramak that the Ramak was his Rebbe. So we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily dependent upon the Ramak. Okay, so that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the woo-woo part of tonight's lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and then how it relates to our interpersonal behavior before Rosh Hashanah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Most of the biographical details of his life, we have, first of all, his own writings, and he does write some autobiographical information like the Sefer Gerushin. We also have the testimony of the collector who purchased all his manuscripts, Rabbi Moshe Why is I'm not used to speaking so late. Because you're here, my wife is here, so I'm a little nervous. But Moshe Basalo, he wrote quite a bit, because he published this Tomer Devorah, and everyone was saying, my gosh, what? Who wrote this amazing book? And so he had to produce data about it. We missed out a lot of really important things. We don't know, for example, his wife's name. I mean, amazing. We don't know if he had other children beside Gedalia, who was the lone executor of his will. But it is the 16th century. Printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of details about his life. Also, there's a strong hagiographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rabbi like the Ramah or the Arizal, you write down all these personal details about them because, you revere them. So we do have quite a bit of data that way. Not as much as we'd like, but quite a bit. That was an easy question. We're going to have a hard question? No hard question, right? Okay. All right, so you ready for the difficult stuff now, the woo-woo stuff? Here we go. Okay, so here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah, and also really the fundamental question of any monotheistic religion. If we believe that God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate into a finite universe? If God truly has no boundaries whatsoever, then what am I? Am I either somehow completely subsumed within God? Because it doesn't feel like that. Most of the time I feel quite distinct from God. Sometimes I feel really good, but no, mainly I feel quite distinct from God. I know they're distinct. I feel like this table on this TV. This is not God, right? So how is that bridge between infinite and finite crossed? How do you get from A to B? So the Kabbalists, you see this really in very, very early sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Ramak and Pardes Ramonim. God, as it were, engaged in a process of self-contraction called tzimtzum, shrinking, in which, if you remember your high school biology, kind of like the reverse of like when the paramecium swallows up something else, God, as it were, opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not God place. But then, if God is not in that place, how can anything exist there? Inserts himself, and there's lots of diagrams of this usually you see like these big concentric circles with a tiny little into that vacuum, and that is the physical world that we live in. It's kind of like an intentional removal of God and then careful reapplication of God, but in a very different way. How so? The metaphor that's frequently used is that of the Sphirot, which are these successive sort of containers of godliness that eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard of the famous doctrine of Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels, which basically goes like this, that God, as it were, the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain the hot oil, right? Because you have to imagine the hot oil is like the infinity of God. The ceramic pot is the attempt to create a finite container, but it can't handle it. It's overwhelming. So the pot smashes, the pot shatters. If ever you've ever been to the Soviet Union, they used to serve tea in like glass cups, and like one in every 4 or 5 cups would certainly shatter when they put the hot water in. So it was like that. So the first container, which is Keter, let's just assume it's Keter for now. There are some exceptions. It shatters, and that rains down a mixture of that hot oil, which is like godliness, together with the material of the keli, of the vessel, and it falls into another clay vessel, but it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first 2 vessels with the light of godliness, goes to a third pot, a fourth, and so finally, by the time you get to the bottom, Malchut, which is where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken pots, and then it can exist in this world. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this Stender, is a mixture of the material dross of the broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain its existence. There are four levels of existence. There's those who speak, which is the highest level of humanity. Then there is those who walk, that's like animals, the second highest. The third level is vegetation, and the fourth level is domain, silent. And even silent things, meaning rocks and chairs and things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be, separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramak and his student, the Arizal, and one of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal, not so many who follow the Ramak, because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this, I'm really talking without knowledge here, but the Arizal portrays this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that works, but the idea is that the universe, by the way the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire, and we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities, and the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Hasidism, in particular Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvahs and have people put on tefillin on the street and give out Shabbos candles, because every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness, you're allowing it to flow upwards to its original source. The Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach in which he says, no, it's not an accident. This is the way in which God intended it. This is the way the universe is designed. It's not at all any kind of like crisis. So it's not as easy a sell for followers. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think is even a little better for understanding this idea of the Sphirot, is that, okay, so you can't look at the sun with the naked eye, right? It's way too powerful. It burns out your retinas. You can't do it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror, and you can like hold up the mirror, and you can sort of glance at the reflection of the mirror in a passing way, because the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of coloration, a little bit of a dulling, and so on. Still too strong to look at it steadily, though. So you get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun, easier. And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom in Malchut, you can, as it were, live in regular sunlight because of the dilution of the light throughout the year. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Sfirat HaKelim, and now let's try to understand how does that relate to what the Ramak is saying. So Ramak is saying, you'll recall that, we have to know who God is. Philosophically impossible for us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God, say the Kabbalists, is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, see an electron, but if you put it in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that it took, right? Or the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind. You can see where I've been. So the Sphirot are God's communication to the universe. The Sphirot is God saying, I could have created the universe in any way I wanted. I chose these Sphirot for a reason, because you're supposed to know what these Sphirot mean and translate them into your life. And as you can see, they all have names, right? Keter means the crown, Chokhmah is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, and so on. They all mean different things. They have lots of correspondences to the human limbs and things like that. You have to study these things and the various possible permutations of light going through different ways. And from that, says the Ramak, you will be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it is just incredibly powerful. So in his book, Tomer Devorah, he goes through each one of the Sphirot and he explains this is what God means in terms of chesed. Look at what God does for Chesed, and now you do these things as well. And it's phenomenal. It's brilliant. It's incredible. The first 2 chapters are about Keter alone, the crown. And by the way, you may notice some differences. Chabad follows the Arizal that adds dot in the center here. There's no dot in the Ramak's Kabbalah. Keter, the crown, has 2 qualities. These are the first 2 qualities with which God interacts with the universe. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Even before God creates us, He forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I know they're going to mess up. I'm going to forgive them in advance. So that's what the first chapter is all about, God forgiving us in, of course, the Yud Gimel Midos of Rachamim, 13 distinct ways. And so that's what the Ramak is going to do. He's going to walk us through all 13 of those ways. And then secondly, the chapter 2 is also on Keter, and it's about God's humility, which is also a mind-blowing chapter. Way too much for us tonight. But chapter 1 is what we're going to look at, the 13 attributes of mercy, because that's what happens in Keter. God's first interaction with the world is through forgiveness. Does it 13 different ways, and so now we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. Now, I'll mention one last detail. We probably memorize the 13 attributes as we say them on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur maybe 200,000 times, right? Hashem, Hashem, Kelrachim, Bakan, Nerech, Apayim, and so on. Those are called in Kabbalah the lower 13 attributes. Those are the simpler ones, the easier ones, kind of like more basic. And they relate to our plea for sustenance and our plea for, Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of things. But there is a higher 13 midos that comes from the 7th parak of Micha, which we say only on Tashlech and a few other places. Mikal Kamocha, Nose Avon Pesha. That is what the Ramak is going to concentrate on. And now those are the 13 midos that explain how we're supposed to behave in Tomer Deborah. Okay, everybody survived Kabbalah 101. I think we only lost one. So, shall we go on then? We ready? Any other questions before we go on? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Okay. Yeah, what a few years. Okay, so but it would take us way too long, and I'm going to try and stop before 9:15. So I'm just going to choose, I think, 5 of them that are my favorites, that I use frequently, that I think about when I'm angry with someone or something. I think another one particular attribute, and I say, yeah, it's not like it wipes away my anger. You can't see anything, right? It says the insulted king. I can't figure out how to move this stuff. The insulted king. So here's what the Ramak starts here. He starts by telling us a secret that only the angels know. He quotes it in Pardes Ramon and Well. He says that the name, one of the highest names, we spend a lot of time thinking about names in Judaism. Names are significant, right? We can't even say the Shem HaMeforash, one of the names of God. But the name that the angels use for God is the angels use among themselves is they call him the Melech Alu, the insulted king, or Melech Ne'alah. Now, what a strange name, right? What does that mean? So the Ramak explains that, creation, basic Kabbalistic idea, creation is not a one-time thing. We are not deists that believe that God created the world like a clock and wound it up and then walked away. God is constantly involved in creation. Creation is an eternal process. It's Matzah Bereshis b'kol yom. And the fact is that nothing at all occurs in the universe unless God gives it energy to happen. Every single breath we take, every single beat of our heart is facilitated by a burst of energy from God. Right? The famous medrash that not a blade of grass grows unless there's an angel striking it and saying, grow, or grow already. So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God to allow us to do everything we do. And say the Malachim, the angels, that is also true when we choose to do Averos, when we choose to sin. So if I were to go to McDonald's and have a cheeseburger, Every single act of peristalsis, as I'm swallowing the cheeseburger, God is saying, okay, here you go, here's some more energy. Please don't eat that cheeseburger. Okay, all right, fine, here's some more energy. And God is allowing my heart to beat. God is allowing me to, walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please? And whatever it is. Every single moment of the Avera is completely supervised by God and completely facilitated by God, even though it's exactly the opposite of what he has asked me to do. He said no cheeseburgers, and I'm taking the energy he gave me to eat a cheeseburger. And this is why the Malachim look at this and they say, this is astounding. How can God possibly tolerate this? How can God tolerate such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that people would use his energy against him, to rebel against him? And you can think of the comparable kinds of things in human interactions too. God forbid, lo aleinu, if a person has a child with an addiction, and they say to the child, I'm going to give you this money that you need, but please, don't spend it on Vegas or whatever substance or whatever. And you give the money to the child, and the child goes and spends it just on exactly what you don't want to do, something which is harmful to him. And nevertheless, he'll come back again and he'll give money again. And that's just the way that we interact with God. And the Malachim look at this and they're saying, in this Paula, this is the insulted king. How can you tolerate him? And so the metaphor for us, as the Ramah says, is the very first thing that God does in his creation. He knows that we're going to use his energy against him. Nevertheless, he says, I understand that going in and I accept it, and I'm going to allow them to continue with it. I'm hoping that they'll get past it. I hope they'll go past it, but that is nevertheless what he does, and that's his insulted nature. The second level, this is, by the way, I'm going to show you pieces of art from an artist from the Isle of Skye, who is actually very excited about the Tomer Devorah, and she did a 13-part series describing each one of the midos. And some of them, I'll show you two of them, are absolutely fantastic. This one is called Let It Go For Now. This is my title for it. It's the Hebrew is Nose Avon. She called it Whose Kategors Are These? So this gets also a little bit weird with Al-Pi Kabbalah. But we have this passage in Pirkei Avos, I'm sure you're very familiar with it, that says that, whenever you do a single mitzvah, you get a sneger, you get an advocate, right, as it were. And I'm sure you probably remember when you were kids, if you said a bracha, your parents would say to you something like, oh, you're going to make a big malach if you say a bracha nice and clear and loud, because we have this idea that when you do a mitzvah, a positive deed, you release positive energy into the universe, which we call a malach, a messenger or an angel, if you will. And this is pretty basic, kind of like Kabbalah physics. But the opposite is also true and not often talked about. The Mishnah in Pirkei Avos also says if a person does an Aveira, they create a negative energy being called a kateger, an accuser, or it's also called a mazik, a damager. And this negative energy being, the Ramak understands it as a real conscious being, not just like kind of diffuse energy, but some kind of like almost demonic force that's out there to do evil. Because a person did a mass and hateful act, then suddenly that person released this negative energy into the world. And the Ramak brings down sources to suggest that after 120 years, when you go up to Shemayim, all those categories that you created, Chas v'Shalom, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God, Floni Asani, so-and-so made me. I belong to this guy. Also called in the Kabbalah an alus, or a leech, because they are like leeches on your soul, constantly, sucking energy from you because you created these negative beings. So this is all kind of spooky stuff, but it gets a little worse, because the Ramak says, as we discussed in the first level, nothing happens in the world unless God gives it energy. So, if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? Right? We created them initially, but what keeps them going? By all rights, they should immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to continue living. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy, and by rights, they should come back to you and say, hey, you created me, I'm a hateful being, I'm going to make you sick. I'm going to take energy from you, and you're going to pay off your energy debt. I'm going to take it out of you. But Hashem is no se avon. Hashem says, oh man, I can't believe, my human being did this terrible thing, created this awful behavior, huge amount of energy drained. I will nevertheless pay the bill. I'll pay the PSEG, and I'll make sure that being has enough energy to keep living without going back to its creator to drain on the creator until the creator can do proper tshuva. And that tshuva is a way of negating that energy deficit and bringing it back into balance. So these behaviors are like standing around here in the transparent image. That's like when, in human terms, you have someone who has done an awful act in your life, and that awful act continues to exert itself in your life. Like, let's say, for example, the example I use in my book is someone, you've told them a million times, please don't park in your parking spot. And they keep doing the same thing, and you go to park in your spot, and there he is again. You go talk to him again, and he doesn't move his car, or he says, oh, I forgot, whatever. But, shouldn't you just call the tow company on your coworker and have that car drawn away? But instead, the Ramak would say, no, tolerate it, talk to him nicely, calmly, give him a chance to figure it out on his own that this is the wrong thing to do, and eventually he will get there. Don't come down like a ton of bricks on him right away. That will be devastating to your work relationship if you have his car towed. It's a lot more specific ones here. Here's a third one, which I call take care of it personally. And the Ramak here refers to again, it gets into the very deep Kabbalistic ideas of where Hashem, as it were, lives. There are like 4 worlds. We live in the lowest world as Sia, and the forgiveness happens in the third world, and the third world from the top. And God, as it were, normally for almost everything that has to happen in the world, he sends out like agents. He says, I have all of these malachim that I create, and they go and they make the weather run, and they control the stock market, and space lasers, whatever is necessary. The malachim do those things, but there are some things he does not. We make a big deal about on Pesach, right? Ani v'lo sarah. I'm going to do it myself. I'm not asking anyone to do it for me. So when it comes to forgiveness, Hashem, even though we act against him like we saw in the first level, and we have lasting damage like we see in the second level, Hashem will personally get involved and say, look, I'm not about forgiving you. I'm not going to just delegate forgiveness to some other people. I'm going to do it myself. The example that he gives is from Tanakh of the metaphor of washing away the soas benos Sion, the filth of the daughters of Zion. And that's like actually a literal metaphor, not a simile, a literal metaphor. And the reason why I put a picture here of my parents, this is my mother, she should live and be well, my late father, and this is our son Boaz. It's a little bit old picture, but this is just an example of he always wanted to be a marine biologist. Now he's finally he's at Stony Brook University, sort of university has a terrible marine biology program, I'm not scared to admit it. But he's out there scuba diving and things like that. This is when he was about 8 or 9 years old, and he caught a fish, and my parents, of course, are delighted.
There he is.
And I'm reminded.
How you living, Pim?
The Mach speaks this out exactly.
Dude.
There are things that a parent would do for
Are you ready?
A child that.
What percentage is your phone charged?
Incredible in terms of the amount of energy.
That sucks.
I know that.
What percentage body fat are you?
I'll tell personal story. My wife doesn't especially like when I tell personal stories. But
Jewish history lectures?
Just hint at it, okay? When I was about 8 years old.
What the fuck are you saying, Doug?
Yes, and this was like back in the.
Just a moment, I'll tell you.
Late 60s, early 70s, right? The space age. And my parents bought me.
Oh, these are in Kabbalah. the levels of forgiveness. This is a Kabbalah crash course. But one thing for which I'm not gonna need forgiveness is whooping your ass. Are you ready?
Yep.
Zoot, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna beat you as many times in a row as possible. And you're gonna hate it.
Now,
What's up, pimp?
if you study for it, you test recommend your actual IQ.
No.
So you're not meant to study for it?
Correct. Do you think you're dumb? Because you're not.
No. I feel like my ADHD can't properly measure my IQ.
Okay, I mean, why does it matter? Dog, are you gonna accept my fucking invite? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off? Dog, are you gonna accept my fucking invite? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I did something good about it.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh, that's up to you.
Oh, okay. We'll play darts later. You ready to see some high IQ move? A high IQ move? That was not it. That sucks. Oh, Zoot, no way. You're gonna fuck this up. No doubt you're gonna fuck this up. Oh, that was even worse than I thought it was gonna be. What are we doing?
I'm going out tomorrow night.
To get your dick sucked? Attaboy. Do people go out on Sunday?
Yeah. Possibility of getting my dick sucked is there's a higher chance if I go outside to get my dick sucked than there is if I stay inside and do nothing.
Incorrect. If possible, you could get a girl over to your house and get your dick sucked. Zoot, I can't believe that we didn't score in that hole. That might be the first time that's ever happened.
Never done that before.
Okay. I'm not saying that you don't have a high opportunity to get your dick sucked tomorrow. Outside the house, you do. But if you wanted, you could probably get an in-call hooker. But if you live with other people, then I understand. Then probably outside of the house is better. Why don't you just go to a brothel, dog?
No, I'm by myself for a week.
Oh, well then get some chick to come over and blow you. So you know
I'm
that's
trying to go out a few times.
all right. Do people go out on Sunday? Dude, I learned how to do this fucking hole. If you do it right, it's fucking amazing. Look how sick this shot is. Oh, wow. What a good shot, dude. Are you proud of that shot?
I'm going. I'm going to Kent. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she's a huge influencer. I figured I'll go there. There's a lot of fucking women going to that event. I'll be one of the only men there.
Okay. What is this thing? What is this thing? To what thing are you going?
Some random podcast influencer.
What kind of influencer is she?
She has a podcast.
Oh, tight. Tell her about me.
Oh shit. That's a good idea.
Fuck yeah, it's a good idea, big dog. What are your thoughts on this shot? Dude, I told you I was going to beat you so many times. Oh, what a... No fucking way. Dude. Bravo. Ten out of 10 is right.
What the hell are you first? Yeah, that looks like a joke.
I know, that's why I bought it.
You bought it?
With like the coins you earn on this app.
How many coins do you have?
You probably have a lot.
Yeah, I bought a bowling ball, so we can bowling ball.
Yeah, but you still have... Wonder if I could check for you. I don't know how many you
Where do I
have.
check?
Click on your profile.
775 money.
Is it... Okay.
How much did you pay for that?
It was like 150.
Yeah, they don't have any minigun.
I know. Are you gonna go?
Why don't they have any?
Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
You're gonna miss your shot. Bravo. What a great shot. This is an important shot for you. Dude. Oh, shit. Stop. Zoot, you have a chance to win.
Did you know James McCann was on
Yeah, Joe Rogan. Now you know who he is. Oh, what an amazing shot. All right.
Yeah, I think I'm met him.
You've never met him. You didn't even know who the fuck he was.
I met him without knowing his name.
You didn't know him. You don't know who he is. I had to teach you who he was.
I'd say there's a 75% chance at one point we've been in the same room together.
Incorrect. Adelaide is a metropolitan area of 1 million people.
Yeah. But you didn't know that I used to go to stand-up clubs quite frequently. There's a good chance.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
No, you didn't.
yeah.
Okay, you did.
You don't know more a lot.
I know everything about you, Zoot. Oh, Zoot, that sucks. Zoot, that was awful. Get it, baby.
I'm not saying that I've definitely met him. I actually kind of vaguely remember the name. It's like,
Because I told
yeah.
told you about him.
No. Vaguely remember him based it up in my area.
Did you blow him?
Cool.
Oh man, that was close.
I don't know if it swings that way.
I'm pretty sure he's straight. Do you like James McCann?
I don't know much about him.
He's a comedian from Australia.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready for me to end it right here? You're welcome, dog. I'm going to get 2 wins in a row right here. Unless you get a triple 18. Or no, triple 18.
You know my cousin's a Canadian that has a Netflix special.
That's tight.
In America.
Are you going to be a comedian starting Monday?
Yep.
Tell me your first joke. So remember that time I sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off raw?
Yeah.
Oh, triple 20.
I mean, asking someone who does stand up and doing joking like off stage is like kind of asking someone like the fucking. It's very rude. It's like asking a chef to cook a meal when he's outside of work.
That's what they do.
What, chefs cook meals outside of work?
Yeah. Dude, you remind me of Bert Kreischer. Do you know who Bert Kreischer is? Yes?
Who's that?
He's like one of Joe Rogan's dudes. So he was at a Target and this kid comes up to him and says, "Are you a YouTuber?" And Bert Kreischer's like, "No." And he's like, "Oh, okay. Why are you filming?" He goes, "I'm a comedian." And the kid goes, "Okay. Can you tell me a joke?" And Bert Kreischer goes, I was kidnapped by the Russian mafia when I was 21 years old." And the kid goes, "I don't think that's funny. I don't get it." It's hilarious. Basically, I'm the kid and you're Bert Kreischer in this. Oh, Zoot, are you fucking serious? Zoot, I'm going to win right here. And I did. That's 3 games in a row, B. Zoot, I'm starting to catch up with you. Zoot, I'm starting to catch up with you. Zoot, did you know I got 87 points? You got 7. You got 16. All right, I'm going to end it right here for you. It's over, baby. It's over. That's 4 games in a row. Zoot, tell me a joke. You're so lame. You're like, you know that it's rude for you to ask a stand-up comedian to tell you a joke. Zoot, you are not a stand-up comedian. Don't call yourself that. Once you do it a lot, then you can call yourself a stand-up comedian. As of right now, if anything, you're an open micer. Do you know what an open micer is?
Yeah, someone that goes to the band.
Someone who what?
Someone who goes to the open market event and has no following and just does stand up.
100%.
Ah,
Oh fuck.
oh,
Zoot, tell me a joke.
about what?
What you're gonna say on Monday? Okay, you finally got me, Zoot.
They got you. I just don't feel it. I just don't feel like it.
What are you gonna say on Monday?
I don't know what I'm gonna say.
What are you gonna say? You know what? I think you're gonna pussy out. I think you're gonna get up there, you're gonna get nervous, and you're just gonna say, "I can't do this."
Yeah.
Get it, Zoot. I'm gonna win 6 more games against you, and then you're only beating me by 50, and then I'm gonna cut into that lead. Oh, that sucked, Zoot. That was bad.
It sounds pretty okay. I just hit one.
Zoot, I'm out. It's done. You lost. 3.
Dude,
All right, Zoot, you're up.
I really like. I really like Kanye West.
I dedicate this shot to
We can,
Kanye.
se-
Dog, you're
we
done.
can separate.
You're done.
We can separate off and on.
I do all the time.
I mean, who is a terrible person that's a great artist?
I don't know if Michael Jackson was guilty, but there's an argument. Oh wow, Zoot. Fuck. Get that 12, Zoot.
Michael Jackson was up there too.
Fuck, Zoot. I keep busting, dog. There you go.
Even if he was guilty, still good, honestly.
Zoot, I think that you're a better singer than you are a comedian. Zoot, what's your joke gonna be?
What's my joke gonna be?
Yeah.
I'll just get ChatGPT or something.
It's not very good at humor.
Yeah, okay.
It wasn't funny.
Okay.
What's your first joke?
Just try to be like,
That was great. Would you take that right now, 20 millimeters?
yeah.
15, dog. That was impressive. Zoot, good job. Fuck. Zoot, I did badly. Zoot, are you proud of the way that you've played?
Oh my god. Rabbi, how old do I look?
Like 28?
Okay, God.
Dog, what the fuck?
That's like terrible.
Zoot, I just checked out. You got to get 32 right now. Get that double 16, son. Zoot, who do you think's better at this game? You or me? Zoot, I did not do well. Zoot got a 17. A 3. Nothing. Dude, how did I place it badly? $16. Get another one. What a checkout, dude. That was incredible. Get a 16, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, what happened? Get that 13, son. Great job, dude.
When was the last time you checked?
When's the last time I vaped? I was doing it a lot, but it was getting expensive.
Someone hit me that bank yesterday, and breakfast. Orange. I don't think I ever want to type again. It was fucking crazy.
It was orange? Oh, wow. That's not good.
Yeah.
Look who the fuck it is. Carom time, baby.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
8 inches.
Are you ready to lose?
Are you talking to
Are
Zoot?
you having good there?
Who else do you think's here?
Been practicing on suit, have you?
Hold
Have
on.
you been training? Barella.
Hold on.
Yo.
Dude, I can't play so many games at once. I'll beat
Are
you.
you really playing multiple?
Yeah.
Zoot, are you playing Karam?
Wait, Reza, do you think if someone can potentially score 69 on an IQ test, they're a genius?
69? No.
Yeah.
69, yeah.
If they can intentionally score 69 on an IQ test, you think they're a genius?
No?
Yeah, but they're doing it intentionally. They're not doing it by accident, they're doing it like intentionally.
Yeah, I mean, that's still probably not that hard.
All right, quit with Karen for right now. Riser, we're waiting on you.
How's it not that hard?
Oh, we're doing a golf.
Zoot,
I
please.
forget the percentage on this.
Zoot, please tell Riser what your intentions are. Please tell Riser what your intentions are on Monday.
I'm going to stand up on Monday.
Sorry, what did he say?
Going to open mic stand up on Monday.
Oh, and you're gonna do improv?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you like rehearse something?
Yeah. Because I'm retarded. It's easy.
Ask him what his first joke is.
That was your first joke. Do you want to see the dragon attack? Or do you know the dragon attack?
The first joke is real.
What's the first? I thought he didn't have a first joke because he doesn't know what he's supposed to say.
Zoot,
I don't know what I'm going to say.
what are you going to say?
Fucking. I don't want you to steal this fucking dick.
Are you fucking serious, dude?
I actually helped you out. If you make this, you almost gave me the whole.
I better check where this open mic is on Monday.
Wait, Zoot. Please tell Riser what you told me when I asked you to tell me your first joke.
What?
You said it's rude. You said it's rude to ask a comedian what their jokes are. I said you're not a comedian. Zoot, are you gonna go?
Apparently, Taylor Swift had like this
Go, Zoot.
concert that was Zoot. How did you lose that? Oh, you just didn't shoot him.
I'm gonna check where the fucking thing is. 7:30.
Charge your that's in like a week. Now I struggle with this. The perfect shot.
Perfect.
I got flash with it.
Zoot, are you gonna fucking jerk yourself off, or are you gonna go?
Don't worry about your fucking bombing right now. From oh, you live in Australia, they're gonna heckle the shit out of you.
Zoot, come on, man.
So why did you leave the game?
Zoot, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Zoot, are you gonna go? Or are you gonna talk?
Yeah.
Why did you resign?
You wanted to check like the comedy ticket thing? Oh, you fucked up, Rabbi.
Yeah, because this game doesn't count because Zoot
mathematical way.
because Zoot quit.
Oh, you could tie it to her.
Zoot, why aren't you talking anymore?
I want to play that hole.
That hole sucks.
Alright,
Hold on. I want to see if
you
that.
ruined a perfectly good Karam game. He's not even in it. He left the call.
He's gone?
Zoot. Yeah.
Why did he leave?
Because he's Zoot. He's a Zooter.
How's he going to do on Monday?
Ask him to record it so that we can see. Oh, silent the audience.
Do you think they'd be silent or they would just be like, you're the worst?
Yeah, there's probably going to be like some drunk Australian guy.
Fist fights him. Fist fights him for wasting
How the
his...
fuck is this bullshit, mate?
No!
Shit.
The whole...
Comedy.
The whole audience just goes, no!
They start doing the no voice.
All right, dude, are you going to accept?
I didn't know they're the... I don't have the... Okay.
This is old-fashioned, just normal kind.
This is how people used to settle problems in the real world back in the year 804. Why the fuck does Zoot even... I hate when he does that.
I do too. Are you proud of your shot?
Do you think he's like sensitive about the comedy or something?
No.
Were you grilling him about it at all?
Yeah, I make fun of him like about it all the time.
Watch this shot.
Oh, that was great, dude. I watched it. Okay, you want to see some shit? Watch this shot.
Thank it. This is fucking bullshit.
Get in.
They handed you like 50 points.
Thanks, pimp. I wonder if I could make this.
Oh, fuck.
I want to know what happens if you get the little caroms all over to the point where you can't put anything down. What happens?
What do you mean you can't put anything down?
Like, you can't move the slider
Oh,
anyway.
you can't move the slider thing?
Yeah,
That's a good question.
it's an excellent question. I want
You run out of real estate.
You pocketed a disc. Oh, the things are called discs?
Oh.
Oh. Watch this move. Stop.
Pocket the disc. What's the handle thing? Oh. Nope. Nope. Oh, wow. Oh, I thought you were going to go for the white one in the middle there.
No, dog. What do I do?
No way.
Dude, I gave you 1,000 points right now.
Yep. Oh, yeah, they're all lined up.
And mine are the opposite. Have we seen anybody put 2 in of their own yet?
We're about to see that right now. Oh, I should have less. Oh, the board kind of things. No.
That was a big miss.
It's okay. You'll miss one eventually.
I'll miss one right here.
Oh, stay. Great. Your thing is blocking on
What the fuck was that? Look how sick that shot was.
Sorry. I still don't know what the game's called. Karam.
Wow,
Oh, what?
that was dirty. Okay, now I don't know how to do this.
Oh, you just fucked over my shots. Thank you.
Get it.
This is looking grim. Oh, you gotta get the red one now. Let's see the bank. Oh.
That was bad, dude.
Oh, I get to do the red one, except I'm gonna miss the other one.
Yeah, the other one's like impossible.
Oh, wait, I could make it actually.
No, you can't. Don't even think about it. Don't even think that you have a chance.
I could have banked it, but the thing got stuck.
Dog, look how sick that shot is.
Oh, no.
Dog, look how sick this shot is. Dog.
3 in a row, do it. Don't joke. Very important shot here.
What a comeback, dude.
Wow.
What a fucking comeback. Freestyle 120.
No, do it like 210.
All right. Freestyle 210. Just for you. Who's your favorite sports icon of all time?
John Daly.
perfect answer.
You know who I'm. Oh, you're a golfer. So.
Fuck yeah, I know what you're talking about. I bet I know more about him than you. I bet I'm a bigger John Daly fan than you are. Where'd he go to college?
Tennessee.
University of Arkansas. What major did he win?
U.S. Open.
Incorrect. The British Open.
What color is his hair?
It depends. Usually blonde with a mullet.
How many children does he have?
No one knows the answer to that question.
I believe he has one son.
Yeah, and they won a tournament against Tiger Woods and his son. What's a Don?
Was that on YouTube?
I don't know. I heard about it like 5 years ago. What's a John Daly drink?
Beer and cigarettes.
Are you serious that didn't go in?
I've never seen it like just hovering like that.
Same. A John Daly drink is an Arnold Palmer with vodka.
Okay.
I think that's what it is.
What clubs does John Daly use?
It's a good question. Do you really know the answer?
No, I don't. Do you know what his major sponsor is? I don't.
No, I mean, he's like lost all his major sponsors. I can tell you it was like Hooters for a long time. Well, I don't know if it was. I don't know if they were official sponsors, but here's the lore. So every year at Augusta, he would go to the Hooters parking lot with an RV and just sign stuff for people all day and take pictures with people.
He's like the closest we have to Happy Gilmore.
Exactly. I hope he's in Happy Gilmore too.
I don't know if he will be. I don't think so, but
he could do a
he's
cameo.
Similar.
He could do it
very similar.
He could do a cameo that would be really big.
John Daly? Yes.
Yeah.
He might have one.
No, not what I mean. He could do a cameo like in the movie.
Yeah, why not? Do you think Happy Gilmore 2 is going to be good or bad?
I don't like that it's not going to be in theaters. To me,
Netflix owns everything now.
To me, a movie isn't a real movie if it's not in theaters. It's like basically like straight to video.
I mean, a lot of movies have gone that way because Netflix owns everything, or like Amazon or whatever the fuck owns it.
Yeah, but it's just not the same to me. It's not a real movie.
It is a real movie. It's just not in a movie.
Yeah, it's like lame. Like if it was going to be a really big movie, then they would have it in the theater. Dog, you're doing well.
I'm running out. Oh.
So sick. Do you see what I see? Got it.
Oh, you can get the red one at any time?
I don't know.
I thought I had to wait.
I think you just have to get it. And then you just have to get it and then have something cover it, and you get the points for it. This is 120.
Did you select that one because you know that I'm not big? Actually, I don't know. It goes quicker.
I had already selected it. I had already selected it when you said do the 210 one. So it was in my queue. I figured why not just get it done. What do you think?
Off the Quran bucket list.
That was a big shot.
Fuck it. I'm going for it. No. Alright. Oh, I might get the red one next turn. You better hope you get the red one. Whoa. Are you fucking serious? Oh, yes. Yes.
Bullshit.
Damn it.
No way you get this.
I have to fucking cover it.
No way you get this.
Did you have to cover yours?
Yeah. Fuck.
Damn it, no.
Oh, fuck.
Colossal fucking mistake right there. Oh, and it's an easy cover. This could go down to the wire, dude. No!
What the fuck,
Are
dog?
you serious?
What was that? What was that, dude?
I don't know. I don't know how I performed so terribly.
This game's over.
GG. Do the not the shared board one.
Which one? Classic?
Like the yeah. What do you think is the weirdest state, Rabbi?
It's a good question. Like, you mean which one has the weirdest laws?
Just the weirdest, like, overall.
Probably Mississippi.
Really? That's your answer?
It has the lowest literacy rate. But like Florida could be weird.
Why do you think Florida is weird?
They have some weird people there. It's like a nice state, but it has some like backwoods parts of it. You have people living with giant reptiles. Um, you've got a theme park with a mouse surrounded by giant lizards. You've got like a cocaine ass like element of it. It's very diverse. Um, they have like a strange law that is kind of one of the reasons why Florida Man is a thing. It's like there's some law in Florida that says like if somebody, why didn't that go in? Why didn't that count? Oh, because we're
Did you
playing.
sink a black one?
Oh, because we're. I thought we were playing the other way. Fuck. They have a thing like if you do something illegal, in some states they can't publish it, but in Florida they do, and um, why else is it weird? Yeah, maybe Florida's the weirdest state. They have like in other states they have like um drinking hours, but in like Miami you can drink 24 hours a day. I guess Las Vegas is like that too, but Nevada's pretty weird too. Um, they have. Hey, did you listen to that Howard Stern stuff?
I haven't had a chance yet.
That's cool.
So your answer is Florida. I think that's a good answer.
Yeah.
What about from like a historical point of view?
Like what state is backwards historically?
Just has like the weirdest history to it.
Well, Florida has kind of a weird story. Anything from the Confederacy kind of has a weird story. They like actually chose to leave. Dude, what is up with this? What if I put one of yours in and one of mine? Would it be worth it? Probably not. What else? I'll just go through the states. Maine is boring. Vermont is boring. Or New Hampshire is boring. Vermont is boring. Connecticut is boring. Massachusetts is sort of boring. Rhode Island's super boring. Oh, thank you. New York is exciting and cool. Nothing like really that strange about its history, though. I mean, there's some things, but nothing like crazy. Pennsylvania, kind of cool, but nothing too crazy. Um, Delaware is weird. Delaware is a weird state because of its business laws. Like every major company is incorporated in Delaware, all the banks and stuff, because the laws there are very favorable to. Um, they're very favorable to
Taxes.
corporations. Um, what else? Look at me.
Oh, big shot. Now you gotta get this one. Looks pretty challenging, but
Oh,
that was a very
Newfie.
good.
All right. What
Oh,
else?
daily double.
Nice. New Jersey. New Jersey can be kind of weird. Virginia, kind of not that weird. Oh, I guess it is because it like seceded. Um,
Alright, weirdest city,
okay, so
just for whatever reason.
probably Portland. Portland's oh fuck. Portland's motto is keep Portland weird. Portland's weird. Las Vegas is weird. Um, yeah, or Austin can be weird. There's a phrase keep Austin weird. Um, good job.
Just need one more.
Let's see what else is weird.
Oh, I should have used the red one. Say San Francisco is a little bit weird.
It is a little weird, but it's pretty. It has normal aspects too.
Washington D.C.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like its own thing. If you've ever been there, it's like its own state. Um, what else is weird? I mean, L.A. can be weird. New York City can be
What
weird.
about globally?
The weirdest
Are
city
there any
globally.
Weirdest one globally.
Um, well, Toronto's the most diverse city in the world. I don't know if it's that weird. It's pretty normal for being so diverse. Oh,
Now, what happens if you sink one off the bat? No, I don't get punished.
Vancouver's kind of weird.
Have you even been to Vancouver?
No, but it's got a huge Chinese population, and it's in like in Canada. Like more than 50% of its real estate is owned by foreign nationals, so that's kind of weird. Um, what's a weird global city? Dubai. Dubai's a weird city. It's like this huge
Desert.
desert that's just has skyscrapers. Um, Las Vegas is weird. Macau is weird. Hong Kong is weird. Hong Kong might be my choice. That's a weird city.
Really?
Yeah, dude. It's literally it was a British protectorate for like 100 years. You have Chinese people speaking English there. really, really well. What a shot. Um,
Can barely place your.
Hong Kong is weird. Um,
I'm gonna say like most North Korean cities are weird.
I don't know if they're weird. They're different, but they're just like culturally different. I guess weird is culturally different, but um, what else is weird? Amsterdam is weird. Amsterdam might be.
I was just gonna say Amsterdam because of all the. Oh, I guess Venice has more rivers than. But Venice is definitely weird.
Yeah, but
Or just
Amsterdam,
different.
they have legal drugs and brothels. Like, that's weird.
It's progressive.
Yeah. Tel Aviv is pretty weird. It has the highest rate of homosexuality in Israel, yet it's surrounded by very religious people. Um, South Africa or Cape Town is weird. It's like on a predominantly black continent with very diverse people there.
Yeah, how come all the white people are in South Africa?
It was a British and Dutch colony.
But weren't some African ones like French colonies? But they're
Yeah,
not like white.
yeah. Um, but people liked it because of the weather. When the French colonies didn't have as nice a weather, I know a lot of South African people. In fact, my synagogues are like almost a majority South African. They're it's like 50% South African, 50% everything else combined. Irvine's got a lot of South African people because they're like the same latitude, but just on the other side of the equator.
I
Um,
thought it was way south of the equator, not north of it.
it is. It's just like whatever. We're at like 33 degrees north latitude. They're like 33 degrees south latitude.
Is that the reason they moved there?
The weather is very similar.
Okay.
And after the apartheid period, like they started becoming targets.
You mean apartheid?
Yeah, I mean that's the same thing.
Why did you pronounce it apartheid? Never heard anyone say that. I get it spelled like that.
Hold on. Yeah, you're right. Well, am I not? I know. Yeah, apartheid. Yeah, you're 100% right. Um, why did I say it that way? I don't say that word that often. I guess apart. No, aren't they different?
Apartheid? Apartheid? What the heck you said?
We're gonna look.
Apartheid
We're apartheid.
is like the like separation of.
Yeah, we'll look it up. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I was trying to win. But I might have said, oh, yes, thank you.
That's okay. You're not gonna
What are
hit.
you doing?
You're not gonna hit this. Nope.
Oh, no. I gave you an easy shot.
Okay. Apartheid. Why do non-South Africans pronounce apartheid as apartheid? Apartheid as apartheid. Okay, I've lived under both regimes for 60 years, and my parents are great before me. Okay, so what? How do you pronounce this shit? Okay, in American English, the H sound disappears in practice when preceded by a consonant such as T. In particular, in English, we use TH to represent the Greek sounds of theta and delta, thick and thin versus dis or dat. And so when we encounter an exception such as coat hook or apartheid, the T is pronounced and the H often dropped in practice. Okay,
So it's Kotuk?
no, I'm going to look up why ChatGPT will explain it to us like Joey Diaz.
Ask him to explain it like William Montgomery.
Please explain the pronunciation differences like the comedian William Montgomery. They say yo dog. I got you. This is exactly the kind of bit William Montgomery might mess around with. Super dry, borderline absurd word making. Okay, real pronunciations. Apartheid or apartheid. Okay, wait,
Apartheid. What the fuck is an apartheid?
Okay, apartheid. Apartheid. Origin. Afrikaans, meaning apart. Definition. Wait, no, I want pronunciation. How to pronounce Okay, in American English, it sounds like apartheid. In British English, it sounds like apartheid. Nobody pronounces it apartheid. Does anyone pronounce it a par a party head? Yo, apartheid is that's hilarious, and it sounds like something someone would say. Completely wrong, but with full confidence. No, apartheid. Why a mix-up could happen, dude? I think it's fucking apartheid. It's not, but
You stupid cocksucker.
okay. Why is apartheid not pronounced apartheid? Apartheid. It's pronounced apartheid or apartheid with a bit of a Dutch style hide at the end, like height with a D. It's made from apart and hide. Apartheid. Why Americans say apartheid or apartheid? Yeah, so why am I saying like apartheid? Because it's spelled that way. Apartheid. That's exactly how it's spelled. Apartheid. Apartheid. I mean, I'd use both of them, but well, I don't know if I've ever said Parthian.
Have you heard a South African ever say apartheid?
No, apartheid is what they say. Um, but it's like it seems like it's a Greek, like the Parthenon. I think that's where I was getting that from, but it's not. It's apartheid. Though I think we should change it to apartheid.
No, I think you should just say apartheid to all the South Africans so they think that you're Dutch.
I think so too. I've never used it in front of them. I was asked about it one time what my thoughts were on
Apartheid.
yeah, why is it not pronounced a part the id? Great follow up. Why apartheid is why apartheid is not pronounced apartheid? Because it's not an English word originally. It comes from Afrikaans, and in that language, hide is pronounced like hate or height, not head or id. Breaking it down. What words are like Parthian?
Yo, I got to apartheid this call right now, unfortunately.
No, you don't. Well,
It's too late, but
it's not. Why have you been up? Why have you been up for like till like 8:30 in the morning,
what time do you go to sleep at?
dude? I go to sleep at like 11 in the morning.
Are you? You're not even reverse cycling. Remember, we had this conversation
Yes.
like
Yes.
long ago. You're like, oh, I'm gonna go to sleep at like good hours, and then like literally like fast forward a week, and it's like I'm going to sleep at 11 a.m.
No, you're right.
I think maybe it's like our bodies are so used to like the night, being awake during the night, that it's just like it's very difficult to change. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Zoot's the one who fucks me up. I can tell you that.
Yeah, you're pointing the finger at Zoot.
I point the finger at Zoot and apartheid.
Apartheid. Yeah.
I'm telling you, in the future, people will call it apartheid.
Yeah, or they should at least change the spelling.
They should.
I don't know.
It should. It should be apartheid, like APARTIDE.
Why even have a rule in language where it's like, okay, we're gonna spell it differently and break the rules just for like no reason?
I don't understand it. In the future, though, people will say it the way that I say it, and that's apartheid. And or they'll change the writing of it, and it'll be apartheid, because I guess it's because it's an Afrikaans word.
Great.
Yeah.
Do you know how a Chinese keyboard works?
How does a Chinese keyboard work?
Basically, like they have like way too many like words in their language or characters and whatnot. Like, so they deconstructed their keyboard into all the basic building blocks to build each of the characters, because there's just like their alphabet is just like way too big. So they made
Right.
all the possible ways to construct a character into like the building blocks of those characters, and then you can add them together, and then it'll make suggestions as you keep like winding down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hold on. I thought you meant the music keyboard. Yeah. No, I've seen it. Isn't, dude, I think they dominate the world because of that. I really mean that. I have a theory about that.
Oh, it's not really a theory. Like, they can type like 4 times faster,
Right.
which is a huge advantage.
Right. They're like,
I guess.
their autocomplete is incredible.
Yeah. Like, it's... Yeah. I don't know why that popped up in my brain.
No, that's great. I don't know why when you asked it. First I thought it was a joke. Like, do you know
Zoot's stand up.
Right, exactly. I thought it was a joke. I thought, what did you say? Do you know how a Chinese keyboard works? And I was going to be like, no. What's the punchline? But then I thought you meant like a musical keyboard. And so I was like, you mean it's not like black and white keys like a normal one? And then I recognized that you were talking about the Chinese keyboard layout.
Yeah. No, I tried watching one video and getting to the answer to that like a year ago, and then it's like I still don't get it. It's like driving me crazy. I need to know what the fuck how it works.
Dude, it's incredible.
Watched it.
It's incredible that they have that one, and their autocomplete is like 30 years ahead of English, and then you have the iOS version that just sucks complete dick. It's like, aren't you guys seeing like the people who are using these keyboards? Like, one of them like has to like literally go through like 25,000 words with each press to autocomplete for you, and the other one's like, oh, you wanted dog? Well, here's dogma. Or, you know what I mean? It's not even like close.
Yeah. I'm not an expert, but I did see a video on like the typing competition in China.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Oh, I don't know if it was the same documentary, but yeah, it's incredible. And how when they first started with computers, they had to like figure out that autocomplete thing, or they wouldn't have been able to like type at all.
Yeah. They would have been out of SOL, and they divided their Taiwan went with like their own version of like the Chinese language, but like Zen some, and then China had their own different version of Chinese that wasn't based on some old military version like Taiwan's.
We're done. All right, will you get your sleep?
Please pressure Zoot to record his lecture.
I'll do my best. You know that there's a big UFC tonight?
I don't advocate for UFC, and I think that it's barbaric, but at least it's consensual fighting, I guess. But it's still pretty barbaric.
Dude, you just gave me an idea. I don't know if this is a good idea. It's not, but I bet it would be a really big I think it would be really big. Okay, you ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine it's like UFC, but let me think how this could work. Okay, it would be UFC for women, and they wear strap-ons. It would, I guess, they would both consent to a like it would be
They're
like
trying to rape each other.
yeah, but they're consenting. Like you had just said, like the word. I guess because it's consensual, and that stuck in my head. Like, well, could you have it where it'd be non-consensual? I guess, like if it were just like one person beating up another person. Yeah, but I could see that working. I could see that people loving that shit.
Um,
So basically, you get two lesbians, and they like to
no,
fight.
I understand how it works. You
Yeah,
don't need to explain it. The end. It's the person that penetrates the other one
exactly,
first for like 5 seconds.
exactly.
Or something. Yeah, that's like pretty.
It's disgusting. Yeah, no, it is. Well, it's not like something that I into which I would be, but when you said like they're consenting, it just brought into my head like consent. What if you had it where they didn't consent? And then I thought, well, then that's just a guy beating somebody else. But what if they still wanted to fight, but you made a sexual aspect of it? Anyway, I'm sure somebody's thought of that before. And
I was listening to a podcast like 2 days ago, and they were talking about exactly this: the UFC, but rape version of it.
oh no way, okay, so people have said that before.
Yeah, unfortunately,
So you don't like UFC?
wasn't it novel? Like, no, I love UFC, but at the same time, it's just kind of endorsing violence. But
All right.
like I don't fine. It's entertaining, but at the same time, it's like football. People are cheering for football and whatever, but the people on the line or whatever all have like CTE and like brain problems later in life.
That's true. So this way, I guess they would just have sexual trauma.
I mean, they're still punching in the UFC version, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, I meant in the sex fight world. I bet you that becomes a thing someday.
I mean, possibly.
It's not my thing.
I,
It's not.
I,
It's not
I
my
would like
thing.
to see I would like to see the senior citizens like boxing league where it's like grandmas in the ring fighting.
Senior citizen boxing grandmas.
Yeah, like people betting on grandmas in the ring.
Why isn't why isn't Nerf like a sport?
Nerf guns.
Yeah.
I mean, you consider airsoft and paintball.
No, that shit hurts. I'm talking about something that you don't have to. You don't have to wear like
The
goggles.
laser tag doesn't hurt.
Yeah, didn't I show you that thing? I think we did. We went through that laser tag that you can play with your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to be in the Olympics for like the Nerf gun?
Yeah, I mean, laser tag is tight, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have that as well. But just Nerf guns, where you just had like a warehouse and just with inflatables, and you had people running around with Nerf guns shooting each other. I think that would be very popular.
I mean, Nerf guns don't go that far, do they? You can like dodge them and shit.
Well, the dodging part would be part of why it's cool. And it's also cool that they don't shoot that far. So you'd have to like run up to the guy and get kind of close and fire. And you know they make those Nerf guns with like huge, like amounts of little bullets. I don't know why that's not a thing. You could play it with between adults and kids. You could have like 10 kids versus.
I know a really good idea for their sport. I guess you can call it. You have teams, like 8 teams or something. They all have like a budget of like $1,000, maybe like $2,000. You send them into a hardware store. They have to build a raft, and then all the rafts get put onto the water, and then they have to like go pirate and like fight people on the other boats and take over.
Great idea.
Flip their boats and shit.
I like it. So how would you do it? Like in an Olympic-sized pool?
Yeah, like a river without a big current.
Okay. You know what I think would be really big nowadays if they did it again
The beach.
is battle bots. Do you remember battle bots?
Oh yeah, it's basically like battle bots, but like humans are on the ships.
I get you. All right,
in my
Pim.
town, there's like this like the lumberjack Olympics, and
That-
they do all like these like lumberjack sports, like sawing fucking trees and like log rolling, and like the one that's crazy to me is the fucking one where they have some strap that like goes around the tree.
I know what you're
and
talking
then
about.
it'll like lock on or something,
Yep.
and then they literally climb a tree, like a 80-foot tree, in like 4 seconds.
That
And
one's
then they like slide down like it's a giant like fire hole.
right. I find that to be very, very satisfying and soothing. Like how sharp their giant fucking saws are.
That definitely when they're sawing, when it's like a 2-person saw, like chopping down or cutting through like a big tree stump, that deserves like a oddly satisfying Reddit subreddit photo.
Right. Or when they're chopping like a little, like, I don't know, like a triangle into a tree, and then they do the other side and watch it fall. Or I don't know if this is the same sport, but like even when they do the log rolling on the water and they try to get somebody else off, that's pretty cool to watch. Like, I love this. So are you talking about with chainsaws, or you're talking about lumberjacks?
I don't know if there's I don't think the lumberjack one. Maybe I don't know enough about it. I don't know if there's chainsaw events, but I'm guessing that it's not centered around that. So
They have
it's
the.
pretty easy to cut through a log with like a fucking chainsaw.
I get that. Wait, with a chainsaw?
Yeah, that
Right.
takes a lot of effort out of it.
They do the one where they just like have to. I don't know. There's just something satisfying about watching a chainsaw go through lumber, like where they cut it, and it's like in the. They just try to make as many like discs of it as they can, and they're like competing against each other, and they also have it where like it's going so fast that they have to put like water on it to like give it like so that their chain doesn't get too hot, or they do something like that. It's fascinating.
Maybe I've seen like a chainsaw competition like at one point in my life, way back when, like years ago, but I don't really remember it that well.
They make a kind of chainsaw proof or resistant pants that I find really interesting too. that like basically you could take a chainsaw to them and it doesn't kill you. I think that's fascinating. They wear those.
Was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie based on a real story?
Yeah,
It was.
I think so. Yeah, the guy's name. He had a name. Do you want William Montgomery to say this? Yo, dog, can you please tell me, like, William Montgomery, the comedian, what the real life Texas Chainsaw Massacre was? Yo, dog, absolutely. So apparently, there's this guy in Texas, right? But instead of like Whataburger or riding a horse, my man was making lampshades out of people. I mean, what is this? Hobby Lobby meets hell? The real life inspiration behind the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The movie wasn't actually based on a real Chainsaw Massacre in Texas. It was loosely inspired by a real sicko from Wisconsin, not Texas, but nevertheless. Oh yeah, Ed Gein, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce anything today. Ed Gein, the real life psycho. Name Edward Theodore Gain, born 1906, Plainfield, Wisconsin, nicknamed the Butcher of Plainfield. Vibes, creepy loner, obsessed with his mom, lived in a farmhouse full of body parts. Crimes, graves, and made furniture masks and suits from human skin. He murdered at least two women. When police came to his house in 1957, they found a box of noses, human skin lampshade, a belt made of nipples, a, a woman's face peeled off and hanging on the wall like a trophy. But wait, where's the chainsaw? There was no chainsaw. That chainsaw part was Hollywood flair, edited by director Toby Hooper, who said he got the idea from staying at a hardware store, thinking of a faster way to cut through a crowd during holiday shopping. Movies inspired by Ed Silence of the Lambs.
Did you say a belt made out of nipples?
I did say a belt made out of nipples.
I mean, how much do you think that would be worth on eBay?
They allow you to sell that kind of stuff. You can't sell human parts on eBay.
I know that, but if that was not, if that was like a museum artifact that you could own.
So there's only one of them in the world?
Yeah.
Because they used to make necklaces out of like people's ears in Vietnam. But if it's just a nipple belt, I would say it would be a way of how you could like show people how many American GIs that you killed. You put like their ears on a necklace. All right, so and like indigenous people did scalping, and you would count how many people you'd killed through that. Okay, but the nipple belt probably
the Hollywood value created from that guy. I mean,
yeah, probably like in today's money. I mean, it's just worth what somebody would pay for it. But I bet somebody would pay $1 million for it.
that high?
Yeah.
I guess it's just like very rare and it's attached to like this
Lore.
piece of Hollywood.
Right. Now let me check. Let's find out other weird shit before you go. Yo, aside from like a human nipple belt, indigenous people would like scalp people. And didn't like the Viet Cong cut off GIs' ears and make necklaces out of them? What other weird shit have people done like that through history? Yo, dog, buckle up, because human history is full of some straight metal, savage, nightmare fuel stuff. Okay, scalping and ear/head necklaces. Indigenous tribes, steppe nomads, Viking soldiers. It wasn't uncommon to collect body parts like scalps. Plains tribes for spiritual or warrior clout. Ears and noses. Vietnam War soldiers and older Asian Middle Eastern empires. Heads on poles from Celts to Aztecs. Fun fact. Some Mongol warriors would sew enemies' ears together into long necklaces to prove body counts. to their commanders, like a murder version of a friendship bracelet. But I heard what they would do sometimes too is if they didn't have enough, they would go to a cemetery and try to find freshly buried people and then just dig them up and then like count that. So they were like inflating their numbers. Skull cups and goblets. Scythians, ancient steppe warriors, and Mongols would turn enemy skulls into drinking cups. Vlad the Impaler, aka Dracula, dude was real. He had a whole forest of impaled bodies and reportedly dined among them, straight up like a haunted Applebee's. Shrunken heads, the Sansa people. Javrovian tribes in the Amazon, like the Shuar people, would shrink enemy heads, called Sansa, to trap their spirit and flex that W. They boiled the head, sewed the lips shut, filled it with hot sand, and wore it like a charm. Western collectors went wild for these in the 1800s, so they started making fake ones out of sloths and goats. Fat blood bone.
Shrink the head.
You boil the head, you sew the lips shut, and you fill it with hot sand, and it likely like condenses. Fat blood bone medieval remix. In Europe, people ate mummies, drank human blood, and used ground up skulls for medicine. Yes, even royalty like Charles II was sipping on king's drops, which were made with human skull powder. In some battlefield rituals, people would drink blood from a warrior's heart to gain strength. Trophies of war, Nazis, and the Pacific Theater. Some Japanese and Americans in the Pacific took skulls and gold teeth as souvenirs. There are photos of American GIs mailing home enemy skulls or bones, which got published in Life magazine, which was a huge scandal. Bones and jewelry or tools. Ancient and tribal societies worldwide used finger bones as flutes, human ribs as needles or combs, teeth and nails in necklaces or charms. Some believe they offered protection or magical powers, others just flexed on their enemies. Honorable creepy mentions. Aztecs built entire skull towers, called Sampanti, of sacrificed enemies. Celts supposedly nailed heads to their walls like trophies. Maori preserved tattooed heads in smoke, both to honor and as war spoils. There you go. People are fucked up.
I mean, if you get magic powers and protection. Okay. I think the shrinking of the head and wearing that around his necklace is pretty hilarious.
Would you wear one?
Part aside.
Would you wear one?
I mean, if I was living in like Mexico in like the year 12, yeah.
That's cool.
I think, is it even legal to own a human skull, like cereal bowl?
It's legal to own a human skull in the United States. It just,
It is.
yeah, there's some kind of laws on it. I don't know. I'm almost certain it is. I mean, I've never known anybody to do it, but is it legal to own a human skull in the United States? Yo, dog, great question. Yes, it's mostly legal, and but there are state by state exceptions. So common sources are medicine specimens from old anatomy labs, antique dealers, oddity collectors, think Ripley's, or Instagram taxidermy people. You'll even find some websites like Skull Store, Bone Room, and eBay back in the day where human skulls were sold. There are some states that restrict it. So there are like 10 states that allow it, or 7 states or so. Or 7 states that ban it, I should say. There's no specific federal law banning it, but unless it's Native American remains, traffic parts across state lines or provenance. If you can't prove it came from a legal source, it could be bad. A fun, creepy fact: in 2016, a man in Florida was arrested for trying to trade human skulls for weed. No joke. And another guy in Pennsylvania had a Craigslist ad looking to buy a skull. No questions asked. That dude got charged. I wonder why he got charged. Why would he get charged? Like, what did he do wrong? I don't know. All right.
Is that an illegal item?
No, he just put a Craigslist ad up saying he was willing to buy a human skull. No questions asked. They say he got charged, but that doesn't mean he was found guilty.
True. A weird market is like harvesting human organs, and in Cambodian prisons, they like, don't give a fuck about the prisoners. So if you have like disease or something, they like won't fucking help you, and then they'll harvest your organs once you die and like sell it to the Chinese people on like a black market.
That is terrible.
I mean, are you an organ donor? Do you have that on your? Yep.
No.
Would you donate? I mean, assuming that you're not immortal, would you donate your body to science?
No, we don't do that as Orthodox Jews. We feel that the body should remain intact through burial.
What about scientific research?
Yeah,
Are you supposed to
we don't
become
donate
immortal?
we don't donate our bodies to scientific research.
Do you not believe in science, like medical science?
No, we do. Other people can do it, but we just don't do it.
I gotcha.
I mean, there are some Jews who do, but mainstream traditional Orthodoxy, the body's to be preserved through burial.
This was very like I don't know. I had this realization like not very long ago, but like a few days ago. I was like, I wasn't brought up in a religious household per se, right? But I think on like a world scale, like there's like religion is a significant part of like a whole lot of people's lives. Like there's entire countries where like it's like impossible to find people that aren't Muslim or Jewish or whatever their religion is. So I just find that like fascinating.
Canada's a diverse place.
How much of the Earth's population do you think is religious?
I used to know these statistics better. It's like, well, how do you define religiosity? And do you consider, like, we could go.
Do you consider Rastafarianism a religion?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we'll just get the answer. What percentage of the world is religious? So they say 84. They say 84% of the world's population, but I don't agree with that. You meet a lot of Christians who said that they were just born into that. They don't really practice. You can find Jews who say that. Islam, Hinduism. So some people just identify culturally. So I mean that's why it's like a hard thing to factor in. I mean, if you were to take,
I mean, I'll define being religious as if you believe in it, then you're religious. And if you practice like once on Christmas or every day, either one of those can be considered religious.
Yeah, but I mean, like, even Judaism or Israel is a secular state. Most of the people there are not religious.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought there were like a lot of Jewish people there.
No, it's 80% Jewish and about 15% Muslim and 5% Christian. But of the Jews who are there, most of them are secular people, meaning they're either agnostic or atheist, or they maybe just see Judaism as a cultural identity, but not necessarily a religious identity. The black hat, payas, rabbis you're thinking of are less than 5% of people there.
Right. Yeah, what do you think is the most religious country?
Probably like Vatican City, if that counts.
No, that doesn't count.
Okay.
But it was a good little attempt at it.
Well, I mean, it probably is. I mean, there are only like 1,000 people there, and they're probably all Roman Catholic. So, so are you talking what percentage of the population is religious?
Yes.
You know, I used to know this. I thought it was Jordan for some time, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know why I want to say that. Let's look it up. What is the most religious country in the world? Probably.
I'm gonna say somewhere in the Middle East, like Iran or some Middle Eastern country.
Yeah, it's not. It's. I mean, like probably Somalia says practically 100% Muslim. Yemen, 99% Muslim. Mauritania, about 100% Muslim. Afghanistan, 99% Muslim.
Yeah, no, hey, Afghanistan's in the Middle East. That was on my list actually, but I didn't know.
No, it's not.
Okay. It was in one of my guesses in my head that I made.
Okay, but it's not in the Middle East.
Afghanistan isn't the Middle East.
No, it's Central Asia. I mean, we'll look it up. So I said Jordan, and Jordan is like 97% Muslim and 3% Christian. So I mean, that's a big one. Okay, but let's see this. Yo, dog, is Afghanistan in the Middle East? It's not. It's South Central Asia.
Oh, let me see what the Middle East map looks like.
Middle East is Saudi Arabia, UAE,
It's in
Iraq,
Asia, like
Jordan,
continental.
Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Iran, Turkey, Yemen, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and sometimes Egypt. Central
Okay,
and
well, this one says that Asia, the Middle East, Asia includes like from Pakistan to Afghanistan to Tajikistan to Kyrgyzstan. Every stan is in Asia, but in the Middle East.
hold on,
area.
every stand is in Asia, but
Except for Kazakhstan. Except for Kazakhstan.
who are you saying? Who says this?
Looking up a map of the Middle East.
No, Doug. Just let's go to the Wikipedia, and they highlight it, and Afghanistan is not in it. The Middle East is the Arabian Peninsula, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Levant, and Turkey. So if you want a list of the states that are there, it's Al-Qatiri and Dekalia, Bahrain, Cyprus, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen.
I mean, I'm seeing sources that include Pakistan and
No one includes Pakistan. No one includes that.
Okay.
Hold on.
Except these maps
Hold on.
here.
The second Bush administration in the first decade of the 20th century called the Greater Middle East Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, and Turkey. So you can agree with George W. Bush.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood.
He also, I bet, pronounced it apartheid. Of anybody who pronounced it apartheid, it is he.
Well, that's how you know it's wrong.
That's how you know it's right. Dog, he also pronounced it. He pronounced nuclear the way that you pronounce it.
Nuclear? I say nuclear.
Do you?
How did I say it wrong before?
Sometimes you say nuclear.
Oh, nuclear.
That's
Right.
cool.
That's how Canadians say it sometimes.
That's how some Americans say it. Which is interesting because if you just look how it's spelled like new, clear. Like, why do people think to add syllables to it?
Oh, yeah, they're... Yeah. I mean, diesel. Do you say diesel or diesel?
Diesel?
You pronounce the S? I've heard everyone say diesel.
Diesel?
My entire life.
Diesel?
Yeah, like a Z sound instead of an S.
Yeah, probably both, but diesel. If I'm like,
I mean, it should be the S.
it should be the S, yeah.
Definitely, there's no Z in it at all.
Do you say Z?
Yeah, like that's how everyone pronounces it, like diesel.
No, do you say
cell?
You don't say Z, you say Z?
Yeah, I'm Canadian, so it's a Z, it's not a Z.
Fuck you. Spell color.
Oh, do you say H? Do you say H and like actually put the H sound in the H? Or do you say H? H or H?
H. No H.
Okay.
Do you pronounce it?
People say H.
Do you pronounce it herb or herb?
I'm Rastafari, so I say herb.
I like that. I don't think anybody like properly pronounces it herb. Or do they? No one says herbs.
Rastafarians definitely do.
Herb? Oh, like, yeah, some good herb. No, they say herb. Wouldn't they? Okay.
It's more like herb.
Herb.
No H sounds.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm watching?
Do you say Cool Whip or Cool Whip?
Well, after watching Family Guy, Cool Whip. But usually just Cool Whip. Do you?
I don't even know what Cool Whip is. Is that like fucking whipped cream?
It's a weird thing. It's like an oil. It's not whipped cream. It doesn't have dairy or something like that.
Fascinating.
Yo, dog, what is
It's oil.
Cool Whip made out of? Isn't it some kind of oil? It's it's water and vegetable oil. Usually it blend like coconut oil, palm oil, or canola oil. It's not like real whipped cream. Hydrogenated vegetable oil, like coconut or palm oil.
Yeah, cool.
Before you go, here's one last thing. Yo, dog, didn't Napoleon invent margarine because it could be taken like on long travels and not spoil, unlike butter? In 1860s, Napoleon III of France challenged scientists to create a cheap butter substitute for the army and lower classes, especially one that could handle long storage and travel without spoiling. Butter was expensive and perishable. A French chemist named Hippolyte Megamores came through and invented margarine in response to that challenge. Margarine was made from animal fats and later vegetable oils, designed to be cheaper and last longer. So Napoleon III's role was more like the initiator of the idea, but not the inventor himself.
All right, have a good night, Rabbi.
Peace, pimp.
Have a good.
Enjoy your Cool Whip and margarine.
Happy part 9. Part
Thanks, baby. Parthia, what the fuck am I thinking?
It's an incredibly fancy snowsuit, which was sort of like a spacesuit. It was like silver in color and it had like flags and like patches and stuff like that. This is when you put a man on the moon and everything. And I thought it was like the most amazing thing ever. I also thought it was waterproof. And I'm walking home from school one winter day, and it was like a kind of a yucky fall day, and I'm wearing my super space suit, which is brand new, and I'm walking next to the ditch, and I say, "This is great. I'm wearing my space suit. I can go right into the ditch." And I dove into the ditch, and I discovered my space suit is not, in fact, waterproof. And I came home, and I was like completely covered in the filth from the ditch. And I walked into the store. My parents had a store, and we lived in an apartment on top. And I was like sopping wet with stinky ditch water. It was cold, right? It was probably, I don't know, September, October time. And my mother, she's so saintly. She had not a word of criticism. She just took me upstairs, helped me get out of this disgusting, clammy thing, get into the bath. Not a word of judgment against me. She never said like, "Oh, take care of yourself. Go, you ruined your brand new snowsuit." But it was just she herself said, "Don't worry, son. I have everything taken care of for you." And that's like when Hashem forgives us. He doesn't like give it to some employee to do it. And just say, take care of yourself. He says, "You're ready to be forgiven. I'm going to do it personally." And very, very powerful, direct metaphors. Oh my gosh. This one is my favorite. It's the one I use frequently. I call it "Who Makes Your Lunch?" And it is from the Kichapetz Chesed passage in Micha. And this is actually one of the pieces of art by Rebecca Odessa that this was inspired by a discussion of this. This is supposed to be like me, and this is supposed to be like my wife. And the metaphor inside, it don't take too long for me to give you all of it, but basically the Ramak describes a bizarre incident I think it's in Zephaniah, that is also discussed in the at one point. He wants to destroy them all, so he sends Gavriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, go down and get some of the coals from under the Galgal, which is some kind of like strange thing, like under the Aron Kodesh and the Beis Hamikdash, there's like some kind of like nuclear sort of Raiders of the Lost Ark energy kind of thing, and Gabriel is supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive coals and spread them out over the entire Jewish people, and they're supposed to be destroyed. And Gabriel goes there, and he opens up the Galgal, and he looks inside. He's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second, hang on. And the hand represents chesed, the hand represents tzedakah, giving to others. And after a while, with the Pardes Ramon says it was 120 years, Gabriel standing there with, the suntan from the radioactive elements there, Hashem says, okay, forget about it. We're going to let them go. And he calls it off. And the whole story, as the Ramon explains it, is that Hashem, as it were, knew that he was going to get angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, as it were. I know these are bizarre anthropomorphisms. I don't know what to do with them. It's Kabbalah. But the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are charitable. They do give tzedakah. And so therefore he said, okay, forget about it. And now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is especially good for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. This is like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, you remember that token, and it will kind of like be just like a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. I've done it many times, not literally, but you can run through a stop sign, but it is some kind of reminder. And the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes my lunch. Even if she is a little irritated with me, which again, rarely happens, but she always makes my lunch. She always thinks, okay, what is my husband eating the next day? And it's usually very delicious and nutritious and stuff like that. And like that's just but it's just like a little, assist, traction. Another one is maintain a core of love. And I'm showing you these pictures that are family pictures because, there's no greater laboratory for interpersonal reactions than the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy. And this is his cute son, when he's about 3 years old, about to get his first haircut. And he looks somewhat pensive here. I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen here. And the Ramak says that, we have this passage. We'll read it on Rosh Hashanah, right? We say this all the time. Why is it escaping me, Achon asher arachem. What does he say, something like that, Rabbi? I will give fame to whoever I want. Arachem. Someone knows what I'm thinking about? No, that's not it. Well, I'll remember it later. I'm glad this is live streamed because it won't be embarrassing at all for people to see me not remember a puzzle. But at any rate, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in his forgiveness that for every human being, he sets aside in a special otzer, special treasure room, says the Ramak. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It is like, so to speak, sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person did that was good. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like you may have this idea that, I did an Avera that's worth 2,000 Avera points. I just cost myself 2,000 Avera points. And I've only got 20 mitzvah points in that special room, they're gone immediately? The answer is no. That's not the way Hashem does math. Those 20 mitzvah points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid, and that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, and I'm looking around the room, most of you have small children, and I know it's hard to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taken over by aliens from another planet, and they become much more difficult to deal with. And, he was a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways, but if I can remember, like, what he looked like when he went for the first haircut with me, vulnerable and uncertain, and, it's hard not to just protect those 20 points and love that person forever, that little core of love. And by the way, this is what he looked like after the haircut. I'm not entirely sure that this was a good idea, but nevertheless, okay. So I'm going to give you now the last one. And this is, of course, our very own Chaim and Rafi, our eldest daughter. And this is the 13th level is, the Ramak says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never fails. If you're really trying hard to forgive someone, and again, sometimes people ask me, what about Hitler? I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I've never had, like those kind of awful traumatic experiences. I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, he says, if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always work. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person. But I have to say, it's like hugely exhausting to do it. I have used it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it extinguishes a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do. And basically, what he says is, every human being had a moment of innocence. Usually when they're infants, but every human being had a moment where they were completely tahor. There's nothing wrong with them. They're beautiful works of art. They're everything, and there's nothing wrong with them whatsoever. And what you have to do is you have to go back to that place. You have to imagine that person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, although he does talk about childhood, is being under the chuppah. And he gives that beautiful section from the Navi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness and then became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy when you're under the chuppah and you're saying, I'm so fortunate. How did I get so fortunate to marry such a wonderful person? And like nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you'll have arguments. Later you'll, but that moment of purity and energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about who knows what other things, but that anger will be muted by the overwhelming message of, yes, we had that connection at that time. And that's the 13th level. It is, again, exhausting. When you're really angry with someone, it's hard to think of that moment. But it is, well, we're still married, 34 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to conclude now, and I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Rafaela when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons in tshuva I ever learned was from Rafaela. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation, and my wife was working in Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely in charge of Rafaela and her sister Danit. And I would be working, writing my dissertation papers all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want in the rest of the house. And then I would look at my watch, and I know my wife would come home in 15 minutes, so then we rush around cleaning things up and trying to make it look like everything was okay. And one day I'm working really hard on a particular writing, and I realize I don't hear the kids. which you know they found something really tasty to do. So I come out of my office and I start walking through the split level house we're living in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They're washing each other with the toilet brush, and there's toilet paper everywhere. They soaped up the floors. It was like, Rafi was, I guess, about 4. Denise was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was within the 15-minute window before my wife would get home. And I was livid, right? The veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big, big trouble. And Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of there. I would have immediately headed for the hills because they were going to be in big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself at my legs and hugged my legs like this. And I was like, oh, how can I be angry with her, right? She has, instead of running away, which would have been the obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, oh, I didn't know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. And I immediately forgave her and Denise. And I think the lesson in tshuva is really obvious that, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we'd be able to lit out of here before Hashem realizes that we were the ones who messed things up. But it's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to, overcome our fear and our hesitancy and run to Hashem. And as it were, to clasp him around the legs and to say, Tati, I'm sorry, and I really want to be better. And I hope that this introduction to Tomer Devorah has been useful for you. It's been very therapeutic for me. Thank you for listening. I wish you all a chesiva, tova, and a good K'ben Shior, and hopefully we should share many happy occasions in the future. Thank you. That's a thunderous applause, by the way. Okay, I suppose I can take a couple of questions from the audience. And does anyone have any questions, arguments, objections? Okay. I was thinking of that actually, but
it's interesting that you said you never mentioned his wife's name in there. Usually, when you write something, you just say a dedication towards the wife.
Well, he does talk about his wife. He does talk about the marital relationship, rather surprisingly sometimes. But he doesn't personify her really. He's just grateful for her and so on. But it's a little bit like a tznius thing that she wants to remain anonymous maybe, and it's not at all unusual for 16th century writing. Today it would be unusual. Okay, Ilana, go ahead.
When you're talking about the Sira and you're explaining all of these things, the thing I said to Paul was, I don't think these men are good to It's just that's the reaction I have to the kind of framing of the information. And I just wonder, how grounded they were versus the esoteric literature.
So I'll repeat the question for those of you who are on Zoom land. There's an unusually good-looking woman in the audience who asked, did any of these men do laundry? I mean, they seem so disconnected. They're all ethereal couples. The truth is, the Ramach speaks very much about physically getting into the weeds of daily life. In his chapter on, I have to remember which chapter it is, but he has a huge discussion of do not turn your eyes away from poverty and distress. He has a whole discussion of how, you're supposed to be engaged with people suffering because that's why we're here, to try and alleviate other people's suffering. So definitely in that area. He also discusses in another place, a Gemara in Bava Basra, about what these great rabbis would do Erev Shabbos. And then so many of them were doing totally mundane things to get ready for Shabbos. And that is you think that important rabbis would have house help to do them. No, these are things they would sweep, they would do sponge up, they would do these things because that's part of it. And my favorite, by the way, is Rava would always prepare the herring. He actually would prepare the shibuta. Yeah. Okay, so I think on the contrary, especially when it gets into the marital realm, the Kabbalists were deeply involved in discussing the aspects of it. Sometimes it's actually sort of R-rated to read what they say about what it means to be married. Like, why did God create us with two sexes? What was that all about? So the Kabbalists say, no, there's a tremendous amount of Torah in the fact that we have male and female. Enough said for tonight. Okay, I'll have some Zoom questions because I do have a whole bunch of Zoom people here.
It's great that you mentioned why he created two sexes.
Yeah, no, definitely. He talks about it quite a bit, but I don't want to put that on recording. Okay, we got, lots of things from Tablets of Stone. Tablets of Stone is actually a student who lives in London, so I don't know what time it is there now, but I hope you get some sleep soon. The question of evil is a huge and too difficult question to answer right now. But it is a really important one, and the Kabbalists do have a solution. Margaret Newhouse, nice to see you. She says this was so inspiring. Thank you. What about self-forgiveness from Richard McDonald? Yeah, that's a tough one. Self-forgiveness. So the Ramak in Tomer Devorah principally discusses the way God forgives us and how we should take those lessons for forgiving others. He does not go into discussion, because it would be logical, of how does God forgive himself, therefore we should forgive ourselves. He doesn't take us there, I think for obvious theological reasons. But learning how to forgive other people better, I've gotten a lot better at forgiving myself. Most people are pretty good at it usually, but often when we forgive ourselves, we tend to do it in a very superficial way, and in the dark of night, then we revisit why we really shouldn't forgive ourselves. But when you read the Tomer Devorah and you feel empathy for other people's failings, then it's easier to give yourself a little slack as well. It's definitely a topic worth a lot more exploration. We're way out of time tonight, though. And I've done here my 5 fav. Jenna Primers has done my fave 5, my favorite 5 ones. Is there a resource or summary teaching that you can recommend for the entire work? So I actually have a whole series of lectures on each one of the levels online. So just look under the title Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is the title I gave to the book that I wrote about this. And there's actually, in English, I think there are maybe 4 or 5 translations out there. Some of them are really quite excellent. And there's also on Sefaria, you told me, is it an English translation as well? 2 or 3 English translations on Sefaria. So there's a lot of resources available. Okay, thank you very much for enduring this presentation, and hope you all have a same Torah.
Thank you.
Wonder how this works. Yeah. It's like online in a few different places. The regular. There's a microphone here.
It's for live.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Are we live?
We are live.
Okay, great. Okay, welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our Tshuva lecture series together with Dr. Noam, with Dr. Abramson. Really grateful for all of you guys being here and those who are watching at home. And I had a conversation with my Rabbi this past week. We were talking about some potential additions, whether we should add to the Machzor. And there's some discussions about the Rav's or Soloveitchik's practices. And I said to my Rabbi, I said, I think for a lot of people in the shul, just getting them to say the words we have, not adding more, is probably enough. I said, tefillah these days is hard enough. And he had a line to me about Rosh Hashanah that I thought was very sharp. He said, it's not halavai they say the words of the siddur. He said, halavai, they do tshuva. And I think that he caught me. He was giving me a mussar, but he wasn't intending to. Of like, one could go through all Rosh Hashanah, not clap one al chait, and not really do any tshuva, because it didn't ever say anywhere in Rosh Hashanah to do tshuva. And so I think my Rabbi was giving me a subtle reminder that the goal of all of this davening and all the time that we're going to be spending together over the course of the weeks is really to engage in the process of tshuva. Different opinions of what tshuva means, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves, each other, with the Borei Olam. And Dr. Abramson really prompted having this mini-series, and tonight we're going to be taking a deep dive into Tomer Devorah. And with Dr. Abramson, we're very grateful for him for sharing his time, his wisdom, expertise with us. And there's a bonus. We have some excitement, some merch for those who came. That Dr. Abramson actually published a book on Tomer Devorah, and he offered for those who are interested. He has some free copies here up front for those who want. So, sign. We know where he lives now. So, sign. Yeah. That might not be free. We would like a copy of Dr. Abramson's book. So they are here in front. But we're grateful not just for having the book, nor the man, but be able to learn live together with Dr. Abramson.
Okay, thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the introduction, and thank you all for coming early. I only bought a small number of books, so I think we probably got to pass around right now. So those of you who are early, just get one, and everyone else will be sad. So my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically by live streaming this on YouTube, and I'm not sure it'll work, but we'll have a go at it. At any rate, what I'm going to try definitely do is to move this down here so it's not quite so. Can I move it? No, that moves the wrong thing. Here we go. Oh, there we go. And how do I move it? Pardon me, everyone online, for staring at your line. Well, there it is. Okay, so my goal for tonight is, as you can see from the Prezi, we're going to do a little bit of history first. I want to talk about this remarkable, amazing 16th century master Kabbalistic text called Tomer Devorah. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. In my humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions, it is just a gloriously, supremely wonderful book that talks about something that I don't know any other tradition that has anything similar. It really is something unusual, and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place it in its historical setting in the famous Safed Circle of Tzfat in northern Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in Jewish intellectual history. And then I'm going to take you into sort of Kabbalah 101. So if there's anyone in the room who is under 40, possible, this is your chance to leave right now. Although the truth is that the author of Tomer Devorah was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that 40 was already, it's too late now. Only when you're 20 is when you can really get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Tomer Devorah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could spend, literally, we could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just look at my favorite 4, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it is something really important. I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy in my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, am I allowed to even look at this? And I started looking over my shoulder, kind of like, can I get a brown paper bag? Maybe I can bring it home like that. But the first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I really got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed nominal work, changed the relationships with the people around you, changed your relationship with God, you maybe even change your relationship with yourself. I will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot. And it's really, given me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life, and I continue to benefit from it. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. Click on the screen here. And let's see, here we go. So the book itself, here is the Editio Princeps, the first printing, came out in Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The remark, who will go into his biography a little bit in a second, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Gedalia. And they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plagues that had ravaged northern Israel at the time, and they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list one, and there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara, so you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title, Tomer Devorah, the palm tree of Devorah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Devorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work, which was published earlier, called Elima Rabati, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we can go into it in greater detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Cordoba in southern Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spelling here, and we'll see it also on his matzeva, his gravestone, it's Cordoero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it was sort of mangled into Cordovero, and that has become the standard, even though it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalah HaKodesh, the holy Rabbi Horowitz, who wrote a massive, very popular collection of hashkafic and halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Devorah, is so amazing, I am now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalah HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Devorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Kovos and Lavavos, and Mesilas Yesharim, and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos, but they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the readers. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like Shevet Musar, the rod of Musar, like to beat you with the shape. Others is kind of like Gadlus Ha'adam, the greatness of humanity and things like that. So this is a particular genre started by the Ramak, Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world, and what is the soul, and what is the afterlife? It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what he really started here. The fundamental premise of Tomer Devorah is it's an exploration of the concept v'halachta b'drachav, and you shall walk in his ways, meaning you shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. So the Ramak asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's ways, so how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Or are we supposed to be, making decisions over who lives and who dies and plagues and things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does in Tanakh. How do we know which actions to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, Bahavdil, of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, all right, now we know what we have to imitate. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you can know how to imitate God. And it is overwhelming, as I will show you. So, when was this book written? There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Tzfat. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You can see here, this section here in this green, which includes, of course, Israel, and Tzfat is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor offered or the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also specifically in the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is just a little bit nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to Tzfat because it had this generous tax policy to be involved in import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Gerush Sfard, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but the Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extremely draconian policies of forced conversion. We don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Ramak was from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese, and this meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted. Or born in Tzfat. He was definitely raised in Tzfat. We know he was there from when he was about 16 years old. But they were sort of like, I like to think of that generation as sort of like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. There are difficulties in comparing these two events, but they were both considered like earth-shattering events for the Jews of their time. And so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe second-generation survivor from Ger Sfard, and they landed in Tzfat, where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed for the expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos and synagogues and so on. And the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was one of them. Tzfat itself was kind of like a nothing town until then, and in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period, and it doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term Tzfat probably comes from the word sofeh, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated, it's high, and you get these gorgeous landscapes all around it, but it really has no significant Jewish history until the 1520s, and then it becomes an incredible place of Jewish energy and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years, and then there's a series of plagues that just wash through it, killing, among others, the Ramak, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been in a retrospective mood, looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible genius. You have to imagine the number of scholars that came there. And specifically, lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the great expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in this tiny town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during this time. The Ramak himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a 2-volume work, this is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle 1, the general principle 2, and so on. And all of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support intellectually and spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is, I can't even imagine I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together in one idea? But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map of, or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in Tzfat, and they're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prophylactic against the Yetzer Hara. No, the Ayin Hara. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. It's such a big crowd here tonight. I'm so pleased that you came. Thank you all for coming. Just to give you a sense of who is in Tzfat at this time and what are they doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard of Tzfat, and we see here right at the bottom the Ramak, right, Rabbi Moshe ben Yaakov Cordoero, and he is really the father of Kabbalah in Tzfat. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the exception of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who came a little later. Yosef Karo had made his way through Constantinople, but he ended up in Tzfat as well. Of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch and a master Kabbalist himself. So here is the Ramak, and just to show you in very close proximity, here is Rabbi Shlomo Halevi Alkabetz, the author of Lecha Dodi Likras Kala, that we sing every Friday night. It's a virtually universal minhag among the Jews. This was his brother-in-law, slightly older than he, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called gerushin, or literally divorces or exiles, and they would go off and wander throughout the hillside in the region of Tzfat. And they would just and the Ramak wrote about this. He wrote a book called Sefer Gerushin, in which he, described his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also his Rebbe, and they would walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and they would daven or say Tehillim, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did in Tzfat. And the holiness of the people and their Kabbalistic activities, like this Gerushin type activity, created a kind of spiritual tourism where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to Tzfat like iron filings to a magnet. And one of the greatest of them, of course, was the Ari HaKodesh, the great Isaac Luria, Isaac Ashkenazi, who came from Cairo, the region of Cairo, specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was the Arizal's Rebbe. They learned together for about 9 months before the Ramak died. The Arizal died shortly thereafter. But the Arizal, according to his student, Rabbi Chaim Vital, always considered that brief encounter with the Ramak, that the Ramak was his Rebbe. So we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily dependent upon the Ramak. Okay, so that's sort of like the the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the woo-woo part of tonight's lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and then how it relates to our interpersonal behavior before Rosh Hashanah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Most of the biographical details of his life, we have, first of all, his own writings, and he does write some autobiographical information like the Sefer Gerushin. We all